Stop here.
That is the official time clock.
I don't know what to do. It's like the Olympics. Time yet? Huh? I call the February 5th meeting of the Bucksport Planning Board to order. Roll call.
Stephen Bishop.
Here.
Ron McDonald.
Here.
David Grant.
Here.
Steve Fike.
Here.
Edward Belcher.
Here.
George Hampton.
Here.
Jay Durock.
Here.
Review and acceptance of minutes from the January 8th, 2019 meeting.
Motion to be accepted as drafted.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Chair report. Have no report. Code enforcement officers report.
Just have a couple of things. I just have some photos to show you of some things going on around town. Public Industrial Park. This is Greenhead Lobster's building. That's under construction, not too far off from being closed in. This picture is from today. Across the street is Pemagood Mussel building. I believe they're up and running now. And if you haven't been out Route 46 lately, this is the new park sign. On Main Street, we have a roof being added to the Antique Mall building. This is right next to Harborview Grill. That's improving the appearance of that building tremendously. And work is underway in the former Sheehan's Florist building. They're in the process of gutting out the interior. They're adding an accessible bathroom, which is a nice thing to have, and the building will be accessible too when it's done. There'll be a ramp on the back door to access the building.
What is that going to be?
It's an art restoration business.
Interesting.
They may be selling artwork there too, I think.
Okay.
Is there parking behind that building?
There is, yes, there is a little bit for employees. There's a public parking lot not very far behind that. That's access off Central Street.
Yeah. The one behind the clouds.
Yes.
Well, I thought this portion behind here was already owned by the town from Audi.
There is, yes.
Yeah, but it hasn't been developed.
It's not officially a parking lot yet, but it's in the works. It is accessible. I mean, you can actually drive through there from the paved parking lot on Central Street.
Can you get there by the pharmacy too?
The driveway up from Main Street is blocked by rocks right now. I think it still is, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a fence.
There's a fence that's separating the pharmacy parking lot to that parking lot.
Okay.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
This time we'll open the limited public forum. It's an opportunity for the public to address the board on matters related to land use or planning in the town of Bucksport. I ask that things mentioned be not on the agenda tonight. If anyone would like to come up. Seeing no one, we'll close the limited public forum. Unfinished business, we have none. New business, we have an application to amend an approved subdivision plan. The applicant is Bucksport Mill LLC.
We have Attorney Michael Lane here to represent the applicant. And I don't really have a presentation to show you. I'm going to put up a picture of the proposed division. So as you may recall, back in July of last year, Bucksport Mill LLC came to you for a 3-lot subdivision of the former mill, personal mill parcel. You approved that division, and they now need to have another lot created for Maine Maritime Academy, who's interested in occupying the former EDC building, and that's identified on this plan as Lot 4. So you have in your packet a draft findings and conclusions, and you can use that to refer to review tonight.
So you have nothing other than what you just showed us?
Right, no,
Okay.
I didn't do another site visit. There's really nothing new that's changed there, so.
So, hello, I'm Mike Lane, I'm an attorney, represent Bucksport Mill LLC. So I'm hopeful that this is fairly familiar to you guys. It was, you approved the initial 3-lot subdivision in July of last year. And what we're proposing to do now is to further divide what had been Lot 3 to carve out the 4.118 acre Lot 4 for a proposed conveyance to MMA. And, you know, just like the last application and approval, we're not proposing any construction, we're not proposing any change of use, we're not proposing any kind of development. We're simply drawing lines on a piece of paper to create these lots. And that any future development activities, presumably, that require board approval, the owner of that lot will come back in front of you for that permitting process. Again, nothing really has changed since the initial application. I want to point out 2 things. One is we're asking for a waiver again of the 25-foot forested vegetated buffer, because as you know, it's a existing developed industrial site. There's essentially no vegetation on this portion of the property. That was a waiver that you had granted in July. And the other issue is, so obviously, you can't really, there's a lot going on these maps.
Would you like this one?
Yeah, if I could borrow that for a second, maybe I can. So all these lots are accessed right by where the front gate, right, where the security building is. So this hatch marked area is right where the front gate is. So this area is going to be subject to an easement that benefits all parties of access to the road, the main road. And we don't have the language for that easement decided upon yet between everybody, so I would ask that you consider approving the subdivision conditioned upon our providing that language at a future date. So other than that, those are the only 2 real highlights. I can go through like the various standards, or however you want me to proceed, whatever's best, easiest for you guys.
The more information you can lay out, the better.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Yeah,
So, this lot, say we approve it tonight,
Lot 4, yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
there is nothing on that lot that Ames still has to tear down.
Jeff.
So there's on the, Jeff McGlynn name, I can
Thank you.
point to a couple of things that are covered in the purchase and sale agreement. So there is a small structure and a
Mhm.
chimney over in this corner. That will,
Concrete smokestack?
yes, that will be coming down in this phase of demolition. And then over and about this area, there's a railroad scale shack, a small building that will also be coming down in this phase of demolition. It wasn't a railroad scale shack back in paper mill days. It was a chemical metering building that we
Okay.
have renamed to a railroad scale shack. Otherwise, that's it.
Down by the warehouse?
Yes.
No way.
So the dimensions of the lots are obviously all depicted on the plan. And the zoning dimensions are in a table that's on the plan that you can see. And none of the lots become more non-conforming than they were by this division. The streets, we're not proposing any new streets. The access, again, is going to come from Main Street through the main gate, from Route 15 through the main gate. Utilities, all these lots have either abut or have access to public water, sewer, electricity, cable. We're not proposing any new utility services. They're there. They just would need to hook up, get accounts. We're not proposing any construction or soil disturbance that would affect groundwater. Wastewater, again, is connected to municipal wastewater. Solid waste will be by private contractor, private hauler. Erosion control, there's no construction, again, proposed. The buffers, I mentioned this, would like a waiver of the 25-foot vegetated buffer that you guys granted in July, because there's, again, it's
You got lawn around the EDC.
What's that?
There's lawns and green around the EDC building.
Yes, yeah, right. There is
And
some.
retaining
There is
walls
some.
and stuff. Oh, yeah.
But I think for the most part, it's impervious surface, building, whatnot. Natural resources, we checked with IF&W, the Maine Natural Areas Program, at the time of the initial application last July. And there was a letter, we got letters from both of those agencies that there's no significant wildlife habitats, no significant natural areas. Historic and scenic areas, there's no, it's an existing industrial development, there's no historic or scenic area associated with it. The flood hazard, reserved land, those are not applicable in this case because there's no construction. We're not proposing to set any land aside. The financial and technical capacity, Plisker and Day has done the plans. Freddie has been doing the, kind of put the application together. There's no construction plan, so there's no, like, you wouldn't need a construction bond or anything like that. The amended plan complies with the town's land use ordinance. There's no cluster development, no mobile home park. That's it, I think.
Can you just touch on the entrance again from the?
Yeah.
What we had, you had mentioned that there was a portion of that was gonna be sectioned off to be prepared for an entrance for the other lots, is that how I understand?
No, so, I'm trying to see, this is a security building right here. So the main gate is right here.
Okay.
in all these it's a paved access way right now. And lot 4, 3, 1, and 2 are all gonna access out this way through that gate. And there'll be easements across, which this is lot 1, across lot 1, that benefit lot 4, 3, and 2 to get out. And we're not gonna, I mean, at this point, there's no planned construction activity. It's, everyone's gonna have the right to access across that area.
So lot 2 is gonna exit through lot 4.
Lot 2 will, and I think there's probably another access further north for lot 2.
North gate.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
That's the entrance gate. So the main gate entrance there, guys, is split. Right where the cursor is.
So just above this line here would be the access provided for Whole Oceans.
Yes.
And this is the access provided for MMA and for Bucksport Generation, and also Bucksport, the lot 3 for Bucksport.
So taking that front lot doesn't interfere with any of the entrances and exits for the other pieces?
No, they're gonna have deeded, everyone's gonna have a deeded right to cross that front lot to get
Okay.
out.
All right.
For utilities and vehicles, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Are there other questions, or can I address anything else, or? In the package that we submitted, it's the application, and then there's a draft set of findings that kind of lays out what the standard is for each item, and then is like we drafted a proposed conclusion for the board to adopt.
So I assume we'll go through that.
Does anybody have any questions as far as the standards are concerned? I'm just a suggestion, can we go directly to the findings, because I think all the documentation is here to support
Right.
us going to the findings. It's a very good submittal. I had no questions after I reviewed it.
Right.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
Just a suggestion.
Anybody have any objections just going to the findings?
Could I make one suggestion about maybe offering the public an opportunity to comment before you do that?
So, are we having a public hearing
No,
with
no,
this as
no
well?
public hearing, but we typically offer input from the public on the review applications.
Does anyone have any comments? Anyone at all? These meetings are very exciting.
Okay.
Okay. So we want to just go through each one and ask if we have any questions or comments about each criteria?
Yeah,
I think if you start on page 4,
Right.
yeah, okay.
So do we have any questions about lots and blocks? Ed? Anything? How about number 2?
I'm sorry to interrupt, sorry.
Go ahead.
Can I just, as a procedural point, can you guys vote on each standard and then vote on the entire application?
In the past, we've had an outline.
We've always had our own to do, I don't know, so I question why we ever do it if we're just gonna get them like this, we're already done, so. Are we gonna do a review
So this-
like this?
This is a draft findings that has been prepared by the applicant for your use. You can use it to do your official findings, you can do your own findings, it's entirely up to you.
Well, they did
there's
the
no
same last
construct-
time, and we had our own copy of, I believe we had our own paperwork.
You mean a level 2 review, is that what you're talking about?
The subdivision, yeah.
Yeah,
And we don't
there's
have
no
this.
construction, it's just dividing lines.
No, but we did it a lot, when we divided this the first time, we had our own paperwork, but we ended up using their suggested. But, am I wrong? Do I
Just to
remember
review
that
it,
incorrectly?
but basically, it'd be the same finding as we normally do.
Yeah, the findings in here are the same as are in the
The
level two
language
review.
exactly doesn't come to me, but it's, there's no apparent,
They're in parity.
whatever it is.
Although it's made by the applicant, he's made an appropriate outline for us to follow. I don't see why we can't use that.
So how would we word the, I know in our paperwork,
It's
it's,
a level
It's written in there for
right,
us.
so,
But what I would suggest you do is read the draft finding, each one, and
accepted or denied.
and either vote it up
A
or down.
motion to accept, all right. All right, so criterion one, lots and blocks. Proposed amended subdivision contains lots that are appropriately laid out and are of adequate size to support the existing intended uses. The lots are not arranged in blocks. So do we have a motion to accept that as true?
Move to accept.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Criterion 2, streets. No new streets are proposed in connection with the proposed amended subdivision. No structural improvements are required or any public easement on any public easement utilized for access to the proposed amended subdivision.
His easement already is gonna be included once they get their access squared away.
But it says there's no structural improvements required on that easement, on that public, correct?
It's already paved.
Correct.
Yep,
Right. That's
all in
another-
place.
That's a whole other issue.
So do we have a motion for this, to accept?
Motion to accept.
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor? Criterion 3, traffic and access management. The proposed amended subdivision will not cause unreasonable highway or public road congestion or unsafe conditions with respect to the use of existing highways or public roads. No new roads are proposed in connection with the proposed amended subdivision. No approval from the Maine Department of Transportation for driveways or entrances was required, as no new driveways or entrances are proposed in connection with the proposed amended subdivision. Oh, excuse me, no portion of the proposed amended subdivision is located in an adjoining municipality. Have a motion?
Move to accept.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? Criterion 4, utilities. Each lot in the proposed amended subdivision is currently served by utilities.
Move to accept as written?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Criterion 5, groundwater. The proposed amended subdivision has sufficient water available for the reasonably foreseeable needs of the subdivision. The proposed amended subdivision will not cause an unreasonable burden on the existing water supply. The proposed amended subdivision will not alone or in conjunction with existing activities adversely affect the quality or quantity of groundwater.
I guess when each one of these new owners comes before us with any construction, we'll have to answer some of these questions. 'Cause right now they aren't answered here. They're making a projection. Because I don't know what the proposed subdivision is. I don't know what is going to happen on proposed lot number 4. So,
That'll be addressed when they come before. us.
right.
So for the purpose of splitting the lots,
Mhm.
it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They can make this statement, but whether it holds true or not,
We'll find
Future
out
will
when
tell.
they develop it.
correct. Make a motion that groundwater be approved.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Criterion 6, wastewater. The proposed amended subdivision will provide for adequate wastewater disposal and will not cause an unreasonable burden on the municipal wastewater disposal system.
Move to accept as written.
Second.
For the moment.
Any discussion? All in favor? Criterion 7, solid waste. The proposed amended subdivision will not cause an unreasonable burden on the municipality's ability to dispose of solid waste.
Motion to accept.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor? Criterion 8, erosion control. The proposed amended subdivision will not cause unreasonable soil erosion or a reduction in the land's capacity to hold water so that a dangerous or unhealthy condition results. The proposed amended subdivision provides for adequate stormwater management.
Motion. You make the motion, I'll second. So move.
Second.
Any discussion?
No.
All in favor? Criterion 9, buffers. The proposed amended subdivision requires a waiver from the applicable buffer standard. A waiver is appropriate under the standard set forth in section 14 of the subdivision ordinance.
Motion to accept that.
Make a motion, we grant the waiver.
I will second the motion to grant the waiver, since we're on that topic.
Yeah.
Is that two separate motions right there? I'm not quite sure. By accepting this, are we also providing for accepting the waiver? Or-
My motion was based on some of the wording saying a waiver is appropriate.
Okay.
Right.
The mill used to have a planting along the railroad tracks, along Route 15. That was buffer. There were trees planted there, there were bushes, the retaining wall was there, and that was for years. And of course, there's nothing really established down on the waterfront at all. But there's always been some plantings around there.
This lot doesn't have any frontage on the waterfront.
This doesn't have any waterfront access in here. There's no waterfront access. It looks like it all, I know,
Not on number 4.
the lot ends here.
Yeah. But all of this, up to here, all the way to North Gate almost, except for the tank car load.
Yeah.
That was green space.
So are we going to require green space to divide the lot?
Now,
So we have-
reiterate my motion to accept.
And so that's been made and seconded, so.
okay.
who
Might
did
have been
second?
me.
Yeah, I think it was Steve.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? Sir?
Oh, sorry,
Oh,
I'm voting.
all in favor?
He's ahead of his time.
All right, so we have to grant a separate,
So does that also grant the waiver, or? Okay.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
very good, excellent.
Criterion 10, natural resources. Based on consideration of the elevation of the land above sea level and its relation to the floodplains, the nature of the soils and subsoils, and their ability to adequately support waste disposal, the slope of the land and its effect on effluents, the ability of streams for disposal of effluents, and the applicable state and local health and water resource rules and regulations, the proposed amended subdivision will not result in undue water or air pollution. The proposed amended subdivision has identified on any maps submitted as part of the application all potential freshwater wetlands within the subdivision, regardless of the size of those wetlands. The proposed amended subdivision has identified on any maps submitted as part of the application any river, stream, or brook within or abutting the proposed amended subdivision, and will not unreasonably increase a Great Pond's phosphorus concentration during the life of the subdivision. No construction is proposed in connection with this application. The proposed amended subdivision is not located on a parcel of land that has been owned by the applicant for less than 5 years and which has been harvested in violation of Maine Forest Service rules pertaining to liquidation harvesting. The proposed amended subdivision will have no lot with a depth to shore frontage ratio of greater than 5:1 for any lot in the proposed subdivision that has shore frontage on a river, stream, brook, great pond, or coastal wetland as these features are defined in Title 38, Section 480-B of the Maine Revised Statutes. Have a motion?
Motion to accept that.
Second. Any discussion? Nothing?
No.
Okay. All in favor? Criterion 11, scenic and historic areas. The proposed amended subdivision will not have an undue adverse effect on the scenic or natural beauty of the area, aesthetics, historic sites, significant wildlife habitat identified by the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, rare and irreplaceable natural areas, or any public rights for physical or visual access to the shoreline.
Move to accept as written.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Criterion 12, floodplain management. The proposed amended subdivision does not include any development in the flood zone.
Move to accept.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Criterion 13, reserved land. The proposed amended subdivision is an existing developed industrial site, open space, recreational use, and/or an area designated for municipal use is not required.
Move to accept.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Criterion 14, financial and technical capacity. Applicant retained Preddy, Flaherty, Beliveau, and Patios?
Pacious.
Pacious, excuse me. 1 Center Street, Portland, Maine, 04112, and Pliska and Day, 72 Main Street, Bangor, Maine, 04401, to assist with the subdivision application review process and preparation of application materials. Each firm is being paid by Bucksport Mill LLC on a time and materials basis. As no site work, construction, or other activities are proposed, no financial and technical capacity showing is required.
So move.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Criterion 15, zoning and land use. The proposed amended subdivision conforms with all applicable provisions of the Bucksport Town Code and the town's adopted comprehensive plan.
Move to accept as written.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Criterion 16, clustered developments. The proposed amended subdivision is not a clustered development.
Define clustered.
Second.
Any discussion? Ed?
Define clustered. What does this mean?
It's defined in the ordinance as, I don't know, I can't remember the definition, but
Cluster development is the type of development that allows you to have smaller lot sizes in exchange for reserving land.
So you would reserve a big chunk of land to put everything over in one section of the lot. So,
But in this case, there are no reserved land requirements in this zone. So, points moved.
Right.
I think the finding is this is not a cluster development.
Yeah, it's not, so it doesn't apply.
so, all in favor? Criterion 17, mobile home parks. The proposed amended subdivision is not a mobile home park.
Move to accept as written.
Second that.
Construction workers. Very
Do
well.
we have any discussion for that? All in favor? So we would typically say something that finding none of these issues, this has been approved, correct?
How do you propose to handle the easement?
so I wrote up,
I guess they just must have access to this here.
Yeah.
And that's,
Shall submit the final easement.
I don't even know if they have access.
Approval, which approval.
well, they'd have to if they're gonna be training people.
Supported access.
What is that? That's where they bring in the oil tankers. That's must be what they're gonna use.
I question that.
So if I heard you correctly, approval is contingent upon getting agreement on that easement?
right, so what I proposed is that we can just add at the bottom of the findings that you just went through, that this approval is contingent upon receipt of an appropriate easement agreement granting access to the lots to and from Route 15. Applicant shall submit the final easement to Jeff Hammond for approval, which approval shall be granted so long as each lot is afforded access in Jeff Hammond's reasonable judgment.
Jeff, is there anything with DOT that would have to be involved with that or not? No, because this is all gonna be on that same existing entrance. Okay, very good. All right, motion to accept is read.
My question though is, should that condition of
Be
approval
on
be referenced on the
Plan.
plan?
So, yeah, probably should be. We can put it,
This is a section for the block, we can put it in right here. Yeah, maybe in the condensed version.
yeah, I could say like, we could just say this approval is contingent upon delivery by applicant to Jeff Hammond or the Code Enforcement Office of an access easement.
Maybe you should just refer to the town of Bucksport rather than.
Okay, yeah.
And should this all be revised and brought back to us to approve? I mean, we seem to be flying by the seat of our pants here.
Well, what you're being asked to do is to approve this subdivision amendment contingent upon documentation to be submitted to the town showing that each of these
Yeah.
lots has a legal
Easement.
easement from Route 15.
I understand that, but right now, that that contingency is handwritten on the piece of paper over there by,
Yeah, it's gonna be written on the Mylar.
right.
We can write it by, I can write it on the Mylar by hand.
Yeah.
That's fine.
All right.
That'd be good.
Something else I just noticed, that probably should be corrected, this is needed to fix here, down here it says sheet one, you see that?
Sheet one of
Sheet
three. Yeah, I saw that.
Of three can just be scratched out.
Right, right.
Well, if you look over on the notes, it also says notes continued on sheet 3, I think, or, no, yeah,
Should
sheet
on
3
There's
of
three,
3.
there's sheet 3B, 3A, sheet 1 and 2.
So,
Do we have a motion before us to accept that? Didn't Steve make a
I
motion?
did, I made a motion to accept that
I will
as,
second his motion.
as read.
and that's to accept what he read, yeah, so
Yes.
I think, so you're saying that we could delete 1 of 3, but there are notes on sheet 3 of 3.
This package includes 4 sheets of plans. Total.
Plan you approved back last year, yes, but this is.
This is still part of it.
Well, this is an amendment to that plan, so this, you're actually acting on just this one sheet. So maybe the words and notes continued on sheet 3 of 3, that should be deleted as well, just to avoid confusion. What do you think?
This is revised
I
sheet
agree with
1.
you.
This is a revised sheet 1, or amended sheet 1.
Yeah, this could be
It's-
like sheet 1A or something.
It says it's amended, it says in the title block, it says an amended, it's an amendment of the prior approval. And it references the book and page that the prior plan was recorded in. Yeah, actually, and if you look at, you're gonna have to have much better eyes than me, but where it says sheet 1 of 3, there's an asterisk next to 3.
Yep.
And if you read, you can read this, that little, you can read this, it just says sheet 1 was modified for this amendment, adding lot 4. Sheets 2 and 3 is previously recorded, or are previously recorded. So sheets 2 and 3 don't change at all.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Well, they do, because sheet 1 supersedes the boundary lines on sheet 2 and 3. So the boundary lines on 2 and 3 will no longer be accurate.
Sheets 2 and 3 don't show this, though. They don't show this piece.
Well, then the note on the bottom is incorrect.
No, I don't have sheets 2 and 3 with me, but sheet 2 is it's the upper portion of the.
I can see that right here, but that note says this sheet 1 supersedes boundary lines shown on sheets 2 and 3 as previously recorded.
Well, that's not true.
So,
Sheet 3 isn't even anywhere near close to this, but
No, it
sheet
doesn't.
2 overlaps it. Sheet 2 has part of lot 4 on it.
Where are you reading the superseded?
the
the bottom.
asterisk, sheet 1 is modified for this amendment by adding lot 4 and modifying lot 2 entrance to Route 15, semicolon. This sheet 1 supersedes boundary lines shown on sheets 2 and 3 as previously recorded. And then there's the file name on the computer.
But actually, sheet 3 is not changed at all. Because it doesn't represent any of the area that sheet 1 and 2 does.
I think there's a lot of changes that need to be made and this brought back when correct.
Is there anything time contingent that would prevent this from being adjusted and brought
Rich?
back to us next month?
And ask the board, was this brought up the first time they came for, why we can't use the same language from the first time this easement was brought up?
That's
This is a whole different
This, we're not talking about an easement, we're talking about the
I'm talking about the language on
the
it.
language on the drawing. I just don't want, I get the feeling that we're in a rush to make changes and we're being reactive instead of proactive, and I don't want to agree to something and put my name on something where there's mistakes all over it. So-
Maine Maritime Academy is in a 60-day, correct me if I'm wrong, they're still in a 60-day due diligence period.
Yeah, I don't think it's a mistake. I think this is accurate.
No, it isn't.
sheet 1 was modified for this amendment by adding lot 4 and modifying lot 2 entrance to Route 15. This sheet 1 supersedes the boundary lines that are shown on sheets 2 and 3 as previously recorded. So on 2 and 3 that were recorded previously, there are boundary lines shown of lot 3 that are now
3 and 4.
are 3 and 4.
Right.
So there's
Sheet,
no.
sheet 3 does not even touch anywhere near lot 3.
Yeah,
All I'm-
You look at your
I would just
locus.
add, guys, I think there was
This
restrictions
is an
on
old one.
how big the drawings could be, and the drawings had to show the complete parcel from north side all the way to the south side. So I think that's what that note is depicting, and that's, it's accurate.
And I'm not trying to
I'm
cause
saying-
trouble, it's just
This
that,
locus here.
excuse me, Ed, for a second. I'm saying that Ed, we're going, oh, let's delete that note. Oh, wait a second, why don't we have to delete that note? Oh, wait, what's this mean? That should, all that stuff needs to be done before you come to a meeting.
I think it is. I think you can sign this the way it is.
Yeah, just saying this supersedes that. It doesn't, you don't need to have those.
My comments about deleting were based on the plan that I was looking at, which is not the same one.
So,
you were looking
and
at.
that's, to
Which
be
I
honest,
apologize for.
sir, that bothers me, that you are hired as a lawyer to represent someone, and you came in here with plans that don't accurately depict what we're talking about. And I don't like being rushed and get the feeling like we're being steered in a certain direction to make adjustments for anyone.
Okay, I don't,
Could you please explain the difference in the map that you were looking at compared to the map that I gave you that you're holding, and explain the lot 3 and 4 boundary line, and try to clarify that for us?
yes.
And I think that would,
So the only difference between the plan that you have before you, that's the Mylar, and what I was looking at, where I said we should delete this note, this asterisk, is the language of the asterisk. Mine says, yours says, sheet 1 was modified for this amendment by adding lot 4 and modifying lot 2 entrance to Route 15. This sheet 1 supersedes boundary lines shown on sheets 2 and 3 as previously recorded. That's what you have, what's what the Mylar says. And on my version, what I was looking at, if I could, all it says was, sheet 1 was modified for this amendment by adding lot 4. Sheet 2 and 3 as previously recorded. So it's just, it's just an earlier
so his is an older version, apparently.
version of
So he
what
can,
was ultimately submitted to you.
What's the board's pleasure?
So can we,
We have a motion
thank you.
that we haven't dealt with yet.
So could you just point out what you, now that we saw the difference of what there was there, there's actually only one correction that you want, that would need to be corrected to make that accurate, right?
Yeah, I'm fine. I mean, that smaller version of the drawing is an older, or it's been revised since. I just, we went through and mentioned several things that should be deleted. I don't know where that stands. I just have a feeling that we're jumping around trying to correct things at the last minute here.
Nothing needs to be deleted from what you have in front of you.
Okay.
The Mylar is accurate and correct, and I apologize for not having the right version in front of me.
So even the portion where it says of 3, that's correct
Yeah,
also?
it's fine, because it says right on it that it's an amended plan, has the book and page back to the original plan set. So when you look at this, you're gonna have to, when you look at this in the registry, you're gonna have to look at the original plan set. anybody.
Okay.
Like they're all, this, what was a 3-sheet or 4-sheet proposal, approval, excuse me, now basically is gonna be a 5-sheet proposal at 2 different times. 4 from July and then 1 now.
How many in the future?
Yes,
So Ed,
a lot more.
That's not tonight.
Ed, are we good? Are you good with that?
For the moment with this.
So, and you'll write that note on the Mylar.
Yeah, I can do it right now.
Already good.
We have, we still have that motion, and it's been seconded, correct?
Yes.
Any other discussion? All in favor of accepting this amended subdivision plan as, with the contingency on the easement?
As noted,
What's that?
as noted.
As will be noted on the drawing, yes.
Jeff, do you have another one? This is, I don't know why it's, oh, wait a minute.
If you want more space, my office is next door, you can use that.
All right, thank you. Great.
So, Rich, would you mind enlightening us on what you had said about there being a 60-day time period that MMA is going through right now?
Yeah, just
Yeah,
due
at the last,
diligence.
at the last town meeting, the town manager updated the town council on the progress of Maine Maritime Academy, and it was noted at that point that the academy is going through a 60-day, yes, thank you. They're doing their due diligence,
Okay.
standard for purchase.
yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
We're just waiting on Appendix K and subdivision,
Okay. Thank you.
yes.
So we'll take a couple of minutes while we wait to sign this.
Brief recess?
I have like 4 words left.
No problem.
Who caught the biggest fish this weekend? Anyone?
Who caught anything?
I'm gone.
I'd say Tom Brady and Bill Belichick.
Pretty boring game though.
Do you wanna, how do you want me to sign it? They just pass it around?
Pass around, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
How many copies?
So there's 2 paper and 1 Mylar.
Yeah. Let me start with the chair in the past.
That's ours.
Ready? Right here?
Sure. Leave us enough room.
I'll deal with the second issue. You deal with that now. The second issue, there shouldn't even be on the agenda, so I don't think so. Or is that nothing to do with it? Absolutely. I make a motion to dismiss.
It's all right.
You guys need a little diversity on your board. They're all old white men with glasses.
Jeez.
Wow, that's trouble.
He says that after he gets the approval, right?
He'll never make it out the door, boys.
Yeah.
We had 2 females, they left.
Yeah.
One used to be the chair. She went on vacation and never came back. Yep, doctor.
I really don't know what to say to that.
I didn't mean to
You're not
offend
bragging,
anyone. I
you're
meant
like
that
a
as,
40.
I meant that as a joke.
Thanks, Jay, that's good.
Brian had brought that a couple of months ago.
When this meeting started.
Can I get the, you to sign as the chair, those findings? Ones that, I scribbled all over these.
Well, I dropped mine in a puddle, so.
Perfect.
You want a clean set? This is relatively clean.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good left-handed is convenient, isn't it?
Yeah, sometimes, not all the time.
The only ones in their right mind.
That's right. Are you lefty?
You left-handed?
That's right.
Yeah.
You're right.
That's it? Alright.
Aye.
Yes, absolutely, of course. And the easement agreement, hopefully, it's expected to have it done.
Dries quick enough.
What's next?
The church. Because I'm being rescinded.
Based on that. I'm not saying don't pay. It's done.
Yeah. It's over.
We'll see what happens.
Takes the guy a long time to make an X.
No. This Mylar is not dated. None of them are dated for that date. Excuse me. Could you have these all? I can.
Another amendment. Now this is amended.
Yeah, we're gonna vote on it all over again.
Can I take a vote?
I know what day it is. Another 4.5 hours.
You good to go?
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too.
well.
Next, under new business, is a request to reconsider the approval of a place of worship at 3 River Road, requested by David Keene.
Who is
Move
not
that this
present.
item be deleted.
Second.
Do we have any discussion? I'll say, if we read the legal opinion, it shouldn't,
We've already done,
right, we shouldn't even be.
It's over and
considering
done, we shouldn't even be considering it.
we can't consider.
Yeah, it's a finished matter.
Point is moot.
Well,
Any other discussion? All in favor? Opposed? I asked if you wanted to
yeah.
talk.
Well, it's just, I, carry on.
It's gonna whine and cry.
Those two votes.
Two of you. Administrative business.
Excuse me, may I speak?
Sure.
Come on, would you please come?
I'm Jim Boffman. I'm pastor of the Methodist Church, and I'm also working with Peter up the street. What just happened? I couldn't hear a word back there.
We deleted
Well,
that
we-
item.
Okay, again, I did not hear what went on.
He made a motion to delete the item from new business because it was already a settled item. It had already been approved for the church
Okay. And so that's what you voted on, to
to delete it.
okay, thank you.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Get a hearing aid.
Jeez, Dave.
Along those same lines, under admin business, is the board interested in adding language in your regulations in chapter 4 that deals with reconsidering your decision?
I would like to have us go over that.
Yeah, that's fine. What?
There is no recourse for consideration now with this board, correct?
Well, that's not exactly what the attorney said. The attorney said there's nothing in state law that addresses the board's right to consider, but you would have the inherent authority to do that. But she also recommended that you probably should have some language in your ordinances to
Back you up.
when you're asked to reconsider.
So what is the time limit from when we approved this? What was the appeal process?
30 days.
Okay.
That's over, yeah.
I'm sorry?
Right,
I just
Well-
didn't know what that time limit was.
and 30 days gets us from meeting to meeting, or may not even get us from meeting to meeting. So if we extend that to, say, 60 or 90
90
days,
days might be more
that
reasonable.
would be more reasonable, especially
Yeah.
when you come across more accurate information and things like that. That'd be very
I
helpful.
can come back next month with some language that the Board of Appeals actually has reconsideration language in chapter 4 of the town code.
Yep,
I can bring that back to you, take a look at that, and see if it makes sense for you to follow the same
yep, so
guidelines.
that's chapter 4.
And is that 30 days to take it to the Board of Appeals or back to us?
I'll just make a
There's
note
no
of this.
reconsideration language now that
At all.
applies to the planning board.
Right.
The only recourse is go to
Go to the Board of Appeals within 30 days.
30 days. But like, today's the 5th of February, our next meeting's the 5th of March.
Right.
28 days.
Right.
So, in that case, you could actually extend it to April. But,
Yeah, let's take a look at that language from what the Board of Appeals has for their reconsideration process and
That would
see if that would be applicable to us.
that would be for future,
Right.
Yeah, for future endeavors,
Yeah.
yeah.
I guess with me personally, I don't know why it seems to be fitting in with your folks moving. My thing on this is that we don't have a reconsideration. We don't have that option. And I don't think it would be necessary in this case, because I don't think we need to reconsider anything. But shouldn't we have something there in the event that down the road we do want to have reconsideration? You know,
Yeah, I
we
don't
can sit
disagree
here
with
and
that.
say, well, we got this attorney's opinion, we got that attorney's opinion, we got that attorney's opinion. Okay, let's have something better than that. Let's have something written in the town code that specifically addresses it, so that we don't need to consult with MMA Legal Services or our town attorney or something like that. Is that something we amended, or is that something the town council provides for us?
Well, I suggest you start with coming up with some language, and that would go to the town council.
We'll make that a project over the next couple of months where we can look at what the Board of Appeals has for their reconsideration process.
Yeah.
Has this ever come up before, and how many years?
I don't recall ever being asked by anybody to reconsider one of your decisions.
I guess I feel uncomfortable extending to 90 days somebody's right to appeal the decision we've made, because then we're going to sit around and have every decision we make questioned. That's what it's going to lead to. And we follow the protocol to come to the decisions that we come to based on the information that's submitted. If somebody else out there has some other information, then it should have been brought forth when we were considering that proposal, rather than wait 6 months. And I almost think you'd have to have some status to even appeal.
And if the church has already
standing.
legally purchased it, which I assume they have.
Well, we're talking about our procedures in the future, not this,
Because of this.
not this specific situation.
And now in the process of trying to reschedule it now.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not talking about that, we're talking
The
about the
difficulty,
process.
if I can speak, because I sit on the Board of Appeals in Thomaston and have done so for 35 years. The difficulty that you face.
Excuse me, sir, for a second. Could you come up to the podium and identify yourself, please?
My name is Doug Erickson. The difficulty that you face, if you give somebody an extended period of time to reconsider or come to you for reconsideration, the applicant has got plans in motion. For instance, like Maine Maritime Academy has 60 days for their due diligence. We had 90. And so when you extend the right to consideration out to 90 days, it puts the applicant or the buyer in a potential fix. And you've got in your ordinance the administrative appeal process. And I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that sort of goes along with what the state might have as far as recommendations. Because
That carries out at a council level, not our level, at the planning board level. That would be denied by the council, correct? That would not be something that we would reconsider. That appeal process would have to be carried out above us.
yeah, generally to the Board of Appeals.
Right.
Yeah, they would hear it.
Okay.
So that it theoretically should be out of your hands already. I mean, what Mr. Keene did should have gone to the Board of Appeals, not necessarily for you. 'Cause
So-
generally speaking, you don't reconsider your applications unless there's a glowing issue that has cropped up.
So, if I can interrupt you,
Sure.
excuse me, but if Mr. Keene did go to the Board of Appeals, could they have overturned our decision?
If it was within the 30 days in your administrative appeal. You've got in your ordinance administrative appeal of 30 days, and had to be done within that 30-day period.
Yeah, so they would have to, somebody with standing would have to make an application to the Board of Appeals within that 30 days.
Exactly.
And it could take, and they only meet when there is an appeal, correct?
And those are usually scheduled
So is
quite a
that,
bit in advance.
is that the, I don't, could the Board of Appeals send it back to us, or just void our decision, or nothing at all? I mean, do they have that ability?
Yes, it could be remanded back to you based on information provided to them during the hearing.
Mm-hmm. So, we already have that built in. We already have that reconsideration built in. If somebody, if we do something unbeknownst to us, if we do something that isn't correct, if somebody was fraudulent or something, someone with standing goes to the Board of Appeals, they either throw it out or tell us to look at it again, or whatever. So that's already, it's already built into the process.
Maybe I'm reading into this wrong, but when we started this discussion, I thought it would be for, to reconsider decisions, only us, not someone else reconsidering our decisions, just us reconsidering our decisions. Now, is that, have we shot off on something different here, or what?
No, but that's,
It's not ours to reconsider, it's the.
but how many times do you do
Well, that's
that?
the point, it could be ours to
So,
reconsider.
but what if we decide something tonight, and then next month someone comes in and asks to reconsider, and we do that, and then a month after someone asks to reconsider that, we could go on month after month and never get anything.
Well, I don't think right now we can reconsider, can we?
No, but I'm saying if we
No.
built that
That's
in,
30 days.
if we built it into greater than 30-day
Mhm.
window, you could have one project or one application that is reconsidered 3, 4, 5 times in a row if all these different people,
By us.
by us.
Reconsidered by us.
So
Yeah,
right now-
I definitely see your point there.
So right now, if we do something that someone believes isn't
Yeah.
just, they have the right to go to the Board of Appeals. That's their,
The other problem.
that's the
you-
fail-safe, I see.
The other problem, if you have a 60 or 90-day reconsideration period, and they don't agree with it, then now they can go to the Board of Appeals at that point. So you've extended it out, and you've somewhat negated what the ability or the
Well,
process.
some of these could be months and months and months
Exactly.
and months.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why
And I think what you've got in
extending it
place
could
is
be a
good.
problem.
But that's your
Right, so
decision.
it sounds like we could create a pretty slippery slope, I think.
Yeah.
It all depends on what the language says you can do, you can't do. You can accept one reconsideration request on a decision you made, and that's it.
And obviously, we're not reviewing language now, but one of these legal opinions mentioned fraud and a few other things. But I think if we consider something like that, it would have to have pretty specific reasons why, not just because you don't like it. And that isn't a shot at Mr. Keene or anything.
I would like to ask some of our board members who've been on this board for years and years, which I have not. Have you ever seen a situation like this where our decision has been, someone has gone and appealed our decision?
Oh, sure.
No. I was on, can I speak?
Please.
I'm Elaine Pelletier. I used to be on the board as well, too. Never had any of that, but I think we had, and this could have been avoided, I think, in the whole process, when there was hearsay that you got, some of the board members, should have been brought to the members or to the people, the applicant, instead of a lot of the turmoil that happened and people saying, well, I heard this, I heard that. Would have been, I think, a lot easier had it been just addressed to the applicant. And I think it would have avoided a lot of the concerns that people had. Not about the reconsideration, because he was talking about zoning differences, but I think if there was a concern, it should have been brought, so that there would be no, holding everybody back on it. I was on the planning board for 4 years, 3 years. Never did we see anything like this happen when I was on the board. But,
I think we're getting off topic. We voted down discussion of this, but we also, we're talking about future processes for the board as a whole. So if we voted down talking about that specific situation.
Well, I think they need to understand that we've already dealt with your issue. This is just a discussion of
Right.
Yeah,
of
the
how we
future.
conduct business. Has
Yeah.
nothing to do with you folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So do we want to put that on the agenda for the next meeting to discuss the,
Possible language.
to discuss the possible language for repealing our own decisions or to reconsidering our own decisions?
Or leave it alone.
Or leave it alone, because it is a function of the appeals board.
Go ahead.
not us.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Fight. If you're worried about the decisions that are being made, sort of like was said during the subdivision amendment, take your time. take your time, do it right the first time, because it costs more money, it costs more time, it slows up progress, and it creates angst in the community. Just take your time. If there are projects that the projects move at your pace, you have the ultimate decision. But if we're having decisions like this and asking the church to come back 6 months later, it's really not fair to the church in that instance. It's also not fair to create a 90-day period to reconsider your own decision, because one, you're taking away from the Board of Appeals, and two, you're holding up future development.
You put them in limbo.
You do.
But in this case, it wasn't us that was holding anything up. It was
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. King.
Well, for reconsidering, though, by putting it on this agenda and knowing that this was going to come up, it did, because it caused concern on their behalf of, well, what's going to happen here? They didn't have the legal information readily available as we did. It could have easily been avoided. And for further clarification, a person has 15 days to report to the town clerk, and then it needs to be on with Board of Appeals within 35 days. So that's how the process works.
Thank you for that.
Yes.
And one comment, just to comment on something you just said. I mean, it seems to me that these issues that come before us based on this old mill property,
Yes.
there are people that stand where you're standing right now and tell us, listen, this, we need this right now because so-and-so's got 15 days, or they've got 30 days, or it's holding this up, or it's holding that up.
No.
And we're not going to, personally, I think some of these things we're being shoved in a direction where others want us to go, and it's not right. If there's anything like some of these petty little issues we had today, don't come if you're not prepared. And we made a decision based on the information we were given. There was nothing fraudulent. There was nothing. So frankly, I don't know how that even got put on the agenda. So.
No. Yeah, members of this board cannot belong to the Board of Appeals.
Correct.
So we'd be acting as
We cannot.
appeal. We'd be acting as a Board of
can't do that
Appeals
either.
by acting on that.
Well, I mean,
So it's verboten.
we can discuss that, whether we make a change and make some language or we don't. And I agree with you, we shouldn't be appealing our own work. If we do something incorrectly, that's already in place, but we can discuss that. But it seems like this mill property is the squeaky wheel, and
Probably will be for all.
Well, it will.
Just
wait.
from now on, I mean, these people need to show up prepared to do what they're asking us to do. If they're not prepared standing there, that's not our fault.
I understand that, and obviously the mill property is a bit of angst because of the history and where the future is going. I would suggest in this instance, and again, I'm not privy to everything you have. No one in the audience is. The only people who know what you have is yourselves. But if you have the opportunity, as Mayor Stewart mentioned at the last meeting, please review the stuff before. And you all may do this, but I'm just reiterating what he reiterated to the council. Please review the stuff before you come, and if you notice any discrepancies, please contact Jeff and say, hey, can you get this, get questions for us. But
So, I can't speak for everybody, but I've spent quite a bit of time reviewing all this.
absolutely,
And
you all may
we
have.
didn't notice any issues until the lawyer came with
spoke.
paperwork that wasn't correct.
Absolutely. Then
So
at that point,
we can't do other people's work for them, so.
I understand that. I'm not trying to criticize anyone. It was a point made by the mayor to the council.
That's a good point.
But again, you guys have a tough job, and you have to look out for the town as a whole, not the town of Bucksport, but the citizens as a whole, as well as the property owners. If there's something you don't like and you think you can get it resolved by a special meeting within 2 weeks, if somebody's rushing it down your throat, maybe make that suggestion to do that. 30 days is kind of a long time for some people, possibly, but
then they
Again-
need to do it right the first time.
Well,
And also on our end, I think if we were to fact check a few more things prior to, I think fact checking, there's a lot of information that's being filtered through here. A lot of pre-established things going on with that specific piece of property, some fact checking prior to, before.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, our town manager is present. Is there anything you can add or shed light on for us that would assist us?
She was hiding in the back. Gee.
And my apologies,
Came
okay?
prepared to discuss a subject that you decided not to discuss, and it was only to get you to where you are now anyway. But never mind.
Yeah, you did good then.
In regard to development and how it's coming before you, certainly as we move forward with applications that you're going to see from Whole Oceans and that you're going to see from Maine Maritime and probably others, they're going to be considerably more complicated than adding another lot to an existing subdivision. I can assure you that the applicants, working with town staff, will make sure that what you get, when you get it, will answer the questions that you need and not have an error in a notation at the bottom of the thing. I appreciate your efforts on behalf of the community, and I personally am very excited that there's the level of interest in this community and its future and developments that we're seeing. And I know that puts more pressure on you folks, but for the community as a whole, I think that we're going to benefit in the long term. But I've been listening. I will make sure as we move forward that get what you need. That's the best I can do.
Okay.
And I don't think there was anything wrong with the church's
I agree
presentation
with
to
that.
us.
No, I'm not, Chris,
So-
I'm going to take 1 minute and just address the question about whether or not what the original designation of that site was sort of what drove everything forward at a later date. It's a moot issue. It wasn't appealed within the time frame. It is moving forward, and for concerns that some proposals, such as Maine Maritime, which is getting a zoning language change, and the church, which didn't, Maine Maritime chose not to do that. They could have moved forward with a non-conforming use in the site that they plan on doing it. They chose to have it be made conforming. The church is in a non-conforming use and chose not to have that designation changed as it moved forward. They're the same kind of application. Both applicants had an equal opportunity to have the conforming designation before they moved forward. The church chose not to. Maine Maritime chose to, and so what has been expressed as an equity issue between how the town treats applicants is sort of a misconception, because one chose to, one chose not to. If the church decides it wants an additional non-conforming use, it would have to go through zone change in order for that to occur, and it's aware of that. So it is very unfortunate. I can tell you that Mayor Keene means no one, or former Mayor Keene, meant no ill will. He substantively disagrees with the original designation of that lot, and that is where this came from. But it hopefully, as this all moves forward, it can be done in a smooth manner. But no, I'm not suggesting that you made an error. I'm
And
saying
not to beat a dead horse, but when was that non-conforming designation made? Years ago, correct? Multiple years ago?
The identification of it in the ta-da moment as to when it became non-conforming was during this process, because the initial discussions of that lot, I believe, talked about the need for contract zone or change. And that was an initial run-through, and then our code officer determined that the language in the ordinance allowed the conversion of a non-conforming use from one to another in existing language, and that a contract zone would not be required.
Okay.
When that building was built, it was conforming.
Well, that's
So you
that.
come- how it all of a sudden became non-conforming.
Well, that's my point. What, I
It
mean,
became non-conforming when you adopted zoning.
which was,
1995.
so that's 24 years ago.
Except that the designation of it for its use wasn't, it wasn't listed as conforming or non-conforming. That name got assigned to it during this process.
Right.
Because before that, it was the fitness center, and nobody was
Right.
conforming or non-conforming. It was not ever judged that way.
Yeah, it was just part of the mill property.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyway, so.
Thank you.
Thank you, you really cleared things up. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Jeff, do you
So,
have anything?
if I understand correctly, after this discussion, you would like to consider some language dealing with the
Not really.
reconsideration of a decision you make?
I think so.
I think we're kind of split on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say let's consider it, and one of the options being leave it exactly the way it is.
Well, I guess a better way maybe to outline that would be to, let's just discuss, let's actually outline the process that stands in place now that we have in front of us for the Board of Appeals process and so on, so we're all aware of what the process would be.
I think a good question to ask is why? Why is there a provision allowing a board to reconsider their decision? And I think the answer, if you'd like me to answer that question, is
Please
because
do.
the act of reconsideration is a less formal process than an appeal.
Yeah.
And it doesn't involve another board, another group of people. You're looking at your own decision. A question has been raised. A reason for that question is clarified to you, and then you reconsider. Now, the parameters of when you can do that can be spelled out by you. They can vary. A very short time period can be designated.
Right.
So that if you were asked to reconsider, and you did, and your decision remained, then that person who maybe was aggrieved by your decision can take it to the next level, which would be the Board of Appeals.
Mhm.
So I think that's why the reconsideration is a chance to deal with a question about your decision on a less formal basis.
Yeah. That does make sense. The only reason why we'd want to do that would be to fact check or to, look into an issue that may have arisen because of bad information or odd information or something unknown that wasn't disclosed.
Yeah, that's generally the reason why you might get asked to reconsider, is because there's a piece of information that the person talking to you felt that you missed during your review that might have influenced your decision.
Right.
Well, that's the case in this point.
Mr. Chairman, there's a question out there in the audience.
I'm sorry. You already sat down, but go ahead.
Well, that's all right. The review process allows for input, and if you what you're doing if you create that language is just extending it beyond what people have a certain amount of time during an application process, and if you add this to it, all you're doing is giving someone a second bite at the board in terms of your consideration, and I would not, very few communities have a revocation provision in the planning board arena.
I think at this point right now, we're just trying to decide whether we're going to talk about this next month.
Right.
And
I think all of us want the same thing, is not to have a conflict that arose this round because of that. So what is the best way to solve that in the future? By maybe outlining what we have in place so we all know exactly what the process would be, if there was an issue in the future. And
As I read the attorney's opinion from MMA, I think she said that the planning boards have the inherent authority. to
That was the
reconsider.
wording that was used, yes.
And she suggested that because of that, it's really in your best interest to have language in your ordinance that tells you how to do that, rather than just winging it.
The town's attorney didn't agree with that.
no.
Because if we pass something 7-0, points moot.
Not if you had incorrect information, fraudulent information. And again, I thought we were just,
No,
I
I mean,
thought we now we're
if you
just trying
got to the point where you've gone 7-0, you
But
better
if
have known
I-
all the facts by then.
But if I came to the board with an application and I intentionally misled you, I could get everybody to agree, and then Jay shows up and says, no, he doesn't own that land, I own that land, or something, and, but we agreed 7-0, but it wasn't correct, it was fraud.
And
It
that
was
goes
fraud.
back to the fact checking of if we have an issue during the review process, like when we would talk about with the Trotella, that maybe we need to hit the brakes a little bit and do a little more fact checking before we approve.
And again, right now, we're just deciding whether or not
Yeah.
to discuss this
Okay.
next month, not to discuss it now, so I would say, yes, let's do something next month to decide, like Steve mentioned, maybe outline what the process is right now, and we can talk about what we would either leave it the way it is or tweak it somehow. Does anybody disagree with that?
I do not disagree with that. I just don't
I
really.
don't disagree with it.
I really think the last thing we want to do is open up any more issues. I think it'd be best if we just get on the same page of what the process for any sort of appeal process is now.
So we talk.
Maybe,
So there's-
maybe
so
the
there's-
town attorney,
So there's no unnecessary delay for any process that moves forward in the future. That way,
It's
you
always available.
right.
yeah, but I mean,
Well-
looks at it and tightens it up. And,
So let's just review what the procedure is.
So if
Currently,
anything
next
happens like that again, then we'll know what the process is going to be.
Excuse me, I suggested not be an agenda item. I would have it in discussion
Or administrative business.
or administrative business.
Yeah.
And so you
Agenda
mentioned
item
that,
would open it up to comments from other people.
yeah.
It's really our thing to consider.
Jeff, you mentioned the legal opinions. I thought that the person who wrote those opinions also said it was based solely on fraud or something. You know, we had to have some pretty concrete reasoning behind the need to reconsider.
Right.
And that if we did that, we wanted to have a lawyer standing next to us, well, you know, every step of the way. Because we would be opening us, I don't know, us personally or the town, to severe possibility of legal action. You know, for instance, at the church, you know, if tonight we said, oh, sorry, we've changed our mind, the church may have had resources committed to the process of buying that land, and they don't, you know, earnest money or something that they're not going to get back. We don't want to be in that. I don't think we want to be in that position at all. But, all right. So next month we'll talk about that. Any other discussion? Hearing none.
Motion for adjournment.
Second.
All in favor?